Oh my God. Build the thing first. Build the thing first. Think about it as you're building it. But don't get a name. Is .go a domain? BINGO. Bingo was the Streamo. Bingo Streamo. Streamomino. Streamnomino. Streamino. I don't know. Something. You got a friend in me. You got a taco in me. Line 8 could not find type. What? Reload. Reload. Okay. Should be good. Right. Okay. So now we have a place to drop our loot. We have code that we're happy with, and we're not feeling like we're becoming spaghetti too soon. And And now we need to actually drop the loot. So I guess we can just instantiate. There's a few things we have to do. The loot, we want it to explode out and land. Now, do we do this like with balls? Are they cubes or balls? How should we do this? If we were to use physics on this. So the way that I'm figuring we do this is the resources drop and they go up to, at this point, they're simulated locally. That doesn't matter if it's the server or client. We're going to trust the local client at that point. Does mean people could add a cheat where anytime anything becomes... there's so many things people could cheat with this. I don't know how much of it I'm going to keep on the server side. Although... No, see, we can still have the loop. This is crazy. We can still be server authoritative and have the loot go towards the right player when they pick it up. We could use a curve. We don't even need physics for this. I need a nap. All this pretending to work is exhausting. You can't just get started, Greg? Is it like just failure to start? So what's a good way to build this curve out? I feel like I need like an I need a thing where I can just sort of fire these things off to see what they look like and everything. You know what I mean? We don't have to do an assertion. We've already done it here when we look it up. Although... yeah, the server's always checking this. We don't need to check it. Well, but if we're out of sync... and we have to pass index because it's netcode. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to start doing this. Where I start calling functions like this is server mine and this is client set mine state. And then on the player controller, when we go to do a mine, we're not just calling mine, it's called server mine. So we know that it's happening, that it's the server, it's a server call for it. Now, we do have the server concept and we have the client concept, but this is game code. We'll keep it like this for now. See how far we get along with this. Okay, so we have our data structure set up for doing something like this. We know what mineable resource the loot is going to drop from. Now, a loot drop has to be a guaranteed. Or is it? No. It's still a server tick. God, it's surprising how little I actually have to guarantee because of how we can know that if our QoS is right, that it doesn't matter. That's the keyword, thank you. But I'm literally yelling at my coworkers. And that term saved me. What term was that? How can we design this based on what we've got here? What is it? I already absorbed it. What was I talking about? Well, I was talking about separating or clearly identifying server and client functions. And specifically about server ticks and how I didn't need them to be reliable because if my QoS is right, if it doesn't get to the client anyways, they're going to lose a connection. So I don't have to guarantee very much. I still can't think of something that I have to guarantee just yet. For instance, the set mine state drops loot when its state has changed from one to the other, whether it's a resource that has been mined or is mineable. But the amount of time for this mine to come back to be mineable again is so long that I don't have to guarantee that state changing for the loot drop because it will have changed at some point. Otherwise, the QoS would have fired and the client would have disconnected anyways. So I don't need to add more traffic for that event, for instance. What I'm trying to think of now is a good way for me to test doing this that's not in the running game. If I have a test kind of world, I guess we just do it in the sandbox. I'll continue to make this like sandbox world. I can't remember the term. I don't know. Within like 5 minutes. Dude, it happens. Okay. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. So we're going to generate loot to drop. It seems fine, but make the thing first. Make it first. You might burn out on it. Don't create an obligation for yourself until you're certain. There's a lot of hurdles to get through for the whole idea. Okay, drop items is a little more... No, Medusa, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just, I'll look at the chat when I have a moment. So I might miss it. But we're just, we're cooking right now. Okay. Let's do that traditional thing where it falls out. So we're going to need a basic... Gosh, I'm glad I'm thinking this stuff through. Because I don't need that much, but I could have easily overdone this. We're going to create an item scene. This is a 3D scene. And then in here, this is where we drop... So the item flies out of the thing and then is hovering there. Okay, so we'll call it world item. And we're going to throw in, so in our case, it would be like the nugget. Okay. And this is the bottom of the world. So we need to be some amount over that. So we're setting our position here. This is going to be called something. And this is like item. Item representation is a node 3D. And for now, let's make this a tool so we can start to code this in real time. We'll be able to see. So we have copper nugget. So func ready. This is pretty straightforward. We're just going to create a tween. Is it tween create? I forget how you do this. Get tree create tween. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm quitting my job after the next 2 paychecks. I'm so tired. Just stress. I'm so tired of just stress. Is it not fulfilling or? just a culture problem. I enjoy the work, the people, the autonomy, but the overall essence is just pressure. Just want to, well, I'll explain over it. Yeah, yeah, no, I understand. Um, I get it. Yeah, I had a job that we would refer to. I love doing it, but I referred to every day I was killing puppies because there was always some sort of like unethical thing I was always being asked to do that I really had problems with. And if I didn't know it was unethical, I would kind of get tricked um into it later, where it was like, oh shit, this is actually really fucked up. Yeah, what I did at the banking job, what I did was they had me on retainer, or how do you call it? Basically, we were in the middle of an acquisition, and so they were going to pay me a set amount upfront, and then it's like certain number of months, another set amount if I stuck around, just to keep me around. And so once they did that, and this was at the very start of the year, I was like, I told my management, my bosses, I said, at the end of the year, we're going to revisit my pay. And if nothing changes about that, I'm going to leave. I just like up front told them that. So they knew they had me locked in because for this, they paid me up front one amount. And then it was like every 6 months I was going to get some drop of money. And so what I decided to do is I had some debt. So I decided I was just going to live really lean and just pay off, get myself down to zero on everything. And then I did that. And the end of the year came around. And I was like, all right, it's time to talk about pay. And by this time, my managers, both of them at the time at the beginning of the year, were both gone. They'd been replaced and fired. And my new manager hated my guts. I don't quite understand why. But my guess is that the prior manager shit talked me to him. That's my guess. But I never had a good start with that guy. But anyways, so it came to the end of the year, and I was like, well, let's talk about my pay. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, at the beginning of the year, I said we're gonna revisit and talk about my pay when the review came around, and here we are. And they're like, well, there's not really anything we can do. And I said, well, let me make this a little bit more simple for you. You guys were willing to retain me for X amount of dollars, whatever this money was that they had set aside. It was pretty significant. I said, all I want you to do is match my pay to that. And they're like, I don't understand. They didn't understand what I was saying. So I was like, look, imagine my pay was plus that amount. So you guys paid me $14,000 extra to stay here. I'm worth that extra amount of money. All I'm asking for you to do is to bump my pay to that amount to keep me, because that's what I was worth a year ago. And now here I am not worth that. And I'm like, do you see what I'm saying here? All I'm asking for is for you to match my pay to that. And I was trying to get them. I'm like, you guys need to agree that I'm already severely underpaid here. You guys are getting a steal from me. And like, they just played dumb through the whole thing. And they thought that, I was going to chicken out. And I was like, all right, I quit. This is my 2 weeks notice. That's like what happened. And They kept like expecting me to like chicken out or something, and I left. And then they ended up hiring me back and paying me like, I'm not even joking, like $300 an hour to do the same job I was doing as a consultant. It was wild. I got paid like 3 months of my pay for doing a week and a half of work. It was insane. So, yeah, I actually left my job because they wouldn't give me a raise. So then I came back a year later getting paid because I couldn't short it out. Now I'm just quitting too. Like my sanity. Yeah, same. I came on contract. Yeah, but even healthcare, dude, you could have all the healthcare in the world and still won't cover the thing that's going to kill you. It's a tough, dude. It's a tough gamble sometimes. Like, it sucks. It's a shitty, that's a shitty thing to have somebody over a barrel with. And if you have some existing conditions or something that you need medication for or whatever, then you're really kind of, and they know that. They know that, you know, or you got a wife that has something, you know. There's no passion. Yeah, so I left, and then they hired me on as a consultant, and I almost got hired by the team that I had hired to help us with something else. They almost hired me because when they found out how little I was paid, they were like talking to me about maybe potentially hiring me. Because they were like, dude, what? They couldn't believe it. They're like, no wonder you quit. But unfortunately, pay scale with HR, you have to be very careful. You have to, when they're offering you a new position, that is the only chance you're going to get to fight for pay. You have to really push back and try and get more and more and more pay out of that raise, that new title. Because if you do not, you are locked into a pay scale and it will not change. The only way you're getting more money is by quitting and going somewhere else. So, but that's really important. That's one lesson I learned there was like, I should have pushed harder for, because it's like, oh, you'll get raises. Yeah, but they're locked. They're locked in. So it's like whatever you're at, that's the scale of your raise. So, and so I tried to give them every stupid corporate way to work around it. I'm like, okay, well then just change my title. I was like, just pick one with a higher pay scale. It doesn't fucking matter. I want more money. I'm worth more. Like, I was like, just change my job title. That was very frustrating. That was a very frustrating experience. I also remember that boss that hated my guts, the new one. I know my other two bosses hated my guts too, but the new one, I remember when I finally got access to something I was trying so hard to get access to with regards to the project I was working on involving the core system that we had. And our provider was called Horizon, and they finally gave me access to it. And suddenly, I instantly that day was popping all this shit out that I said I could do once I had it. And he came to me and he's like, "Oh, you actually know how to do this." It's like, "Fuck you, man." I didn't say that, but in my head, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yes, I know how to do this. I said I did. You fucking. Anyways, hate that shit. Where's that tween website with a. Oh, yeah, oh. You actually know how to do that. Yeah, I do. I got paid at my last job to do this. This is all I did at my last job, practically. I told you that. I worked there for 3 fucking years doing this. It's on my goddamn resume. Trying to find that site that has those tween examples. Easing functions. Here we go. Ease in and out sign. I've learned that you can't comprehend people. Like the past few years have shown me a lot about trying to understand how people think. Yeah, I mean, a corporation like that thinks one thing, and that is, we can hire somebody else. This is the pay scale for this area. We'll just hire somebody else to do the job. It's really, you know, the Lumberg thing, or not Lumberg. What's the Milton? Where it's just like, well, we got him. See how long we can keep him at that pay because it's a steal. We really don't even, if he leaves, that's a boon for us because we can some politics was being played. I know that my boss, for instance, couldn't wait to get rid of me. But I also know that he screwed himself by doing that because suddenly he was now tasked to be responsible for a project that he actually could trust for me to do. And suddenly he couldn't do it. So whatever. Transition type. Do I have to say tween? This is so stupid the way this is awful. Fuck. It's so much writing. I still don't understand why people like this new way of doing it. Come on, Gadoot. All right. Well, I'm waiting for that to fire. I'll be right back. I gotta tell you guys about one of the oldest tricks in the book, or one of the easiest tricks that I've found for keeping the house clean with kids and all that stuff. And that's just to get rid of the number of things that you have to clean, which sounds stupid, but what I mean is like, oh God, all I'm doing is washing dishes. It's like, all right, well, how many cups do you have out that the kids can grab? Reduce that number significantly. How many plates? Forks and knives and blah, 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 blah. Just keep shrinking that number. Because the more often you need to wash in order to have, the less you have to wash in order to clean. Does that make any sense? I don't know what is going on here with Gadoot, but she's totally busted right now. All right, let's go again. There we go. So this is what we're shooting for. So when an item drops, it does this little floaty thing, right? And we'll probably want some sort of like glowing thing around the float. So we don't want the item itself to float. So let's call it this. Let's add a node 3D, call it float. World item. We'll put copper in here. And then this will be here, float. There we go. So then the entire world item also needs an area that we can collect the item from. Do 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 dooby doo. Yeah, you got a taco in me. Function. Landed. Then we start the flow. We want to be careful not to do this too early. I don't know. It's probably another. We could set a sleep. Okay. Yeah, I guess not. He didn't make it clear that it was just a game that he was announcing because he had his like pre-announcement announcement thing. It sounded to me like it wasn't going to be the game. But he's got three, so that's one of two other projects. There's an unannounced game, like one that he's not showing at all, besides this one that he's been working on for a long time, and Jai. So Yeah, I mean it's a originally his plan was to release the game in segments, where it was like a game that you would play over the years. So I don't expect it to be a game you're supposed to be able to beat overnight or anything. Um I think the story's probably ancillary, but maybe not. But the basic concept sounds like there's four different types of puzzles that you solve, and then eventually they start to merge together where you have one character with one set of abilities and another character with another set of abilities, and now you have puzzles that combine those, and then puzzles that combine three of the other kind, and then all four. So that's a lot to do. But it's basically a Sokoban game. So if that's not your thing, then I wouldn't suggest getting it. I was more just thinking on puzzle games and if it had that scale. Now we have the elusive if it launches and is more or less a flop and his teams keep sinking in 1 million over the next 2 to 3 years. I don't know. I mean, is his goal always to be profitable? I mean, I think he just wants to make things. Obviously you need to make money to be able to pay people to make things, but um I don't know. I mean, if he made a bunch of money and kept it all, we'd all shit on that too, right? Um yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, it's just he streams his work and somebody asked a question and he answered it. I don't know that that's a huge rant. Like I don't know. I don't see. I mean, he's really abrasive and stuff, so there's certainly like a personality aspect to it, but I think because of that there's a lot of like, oh, fuck that guy. I don't know. Like people want to see someone like that fail. We never and it's like to have him release this game for some people, I think spits in what they thought he was, and then for Jai to come out, if that comes out and is successful or whatever. I mean, it's hard to eat crow like that when somebody says I'm better than you and then does something better than you. It's like, well, fuck, I guess you are. I don't know. So I think that's part of the thing. But yeah, I mean, the programming language is cool. I'm worried about Jai being that it sounds like it's not going to be free. So if it's some, yeah. Sure, I'll take it. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't affect me one way or another. Right. Yeah, I mean, he's done that 3 times now. Again, oh, it took 10 years. And it's like, well, dude's juggling 3 other projects and making an entire programming language. So, yeah, it took 10 years. I don't know what to tell you. The entire game's written in that language. But my son gave me his Snickers. I'm getting choked up with these nuts in my mouth. Choking on these nuts in my mouth. I got John Blow's. I'm gargling John Blow's nuts. Please don't clip that. Don't clip that. That wasn't a setup. Anyways. But yeah, the new language is dope though. Anyone shitting on it just doesn't understand it. I'll be honest about that. The compile times on it and everything, fucking insane. But yeah, I get it was more focused on the 1,400 puzzles part. And how my brain was like, that's a lot to do to see the resolution of the game. Yeah. It's funny because all of that came in very, very recently in the quote 10-year time. But the other thing is I won't shit on him because he does a lot for indie games. And I don't think people realize it. He has an entire foundation that he uses to, he just gives indie developers money. So when he sees something that he's like behind, he just dumps money on him. So he's a real patron. Like, I don't know. I can't shit on that. Yeah, but I don't think it's like, hey, now you're going to make the game the way I want you to make it. You know? Whereas in a publisher relationship, that's typically the orientation of it. I don't know. The more that I see, the more I don't think anybody in the industry really knows how anything works. Like, oh yeah, Fortnite. We released this shitty ass game that nobody's going to want to play where you build stuff to fight off a zombie horde. And then some guys on the team are like, "Hey, what if we just cloned Since we're gonna lose anyways, what if we just cloned PUBG? And they're like, sure. And then right. But there's plenty of companies that have done that too that didn't hit. Right, but again, there's plenty of companies too that did that didn't hit. So there's more to it than just just clone PUBG, because a lot of people clone PUBG. So I think there's that's what I'm saying, where it's like, oh, you just do what someone else did but better, or just do this or that or whatever. And it's like, well, you're ignoring a zeitgeist, and sometimes you can't control for that. 30 to 60% of your success, yeah. But isn't Sorrow? Aren't you working on a kind of a dream project? All right. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Well, I don't think that a single person working on many different projects is also a really sustainable thing either. I think for some people they really only have one shot. I think that um I don't know, I think the idea of, well, cuz again, if everyone was doing that, I don't know. You're I guess you just more slots to pull on the slot machine, but if everyone's pulling more slots on the slot machine, the distribution shrinks and the chances of that approach working doesn't, and then suddenly the big project makes more sense. No, my opinion right now in the gaming space is the real money is in creating there's a gold mine. You want to sell the pickaxes, not the let everyone else try and find the gold. Like, I think the most stable way to make money right now is to just start producing things for people to purchase, to make games with. I think the same thing that causes people to dump a bunch of money in games they're never going to play is what a lot of indie devs end up doing when they think they're going to make a game. I don't know, guys. My goal is to finish a single game. That's where I'm at. Oh, my son just ate it. I hear him right now. He's like, uh. You need an easier way to test this. Where'd it go? Okay, 10 might be too high. Okay, I think that's okay. Apply impulse. So we're going to connect to the rigid body, and when it's... There's a few things we have to do. This is all weird. I totally get why sometimes certain things bug out now with some of this stuff. Because... we want to connect when it touches the ground. But the problem is we start at ground level. Well, let's just do the tweening initially. We'll see how bad that looks. I don't think it'll look too bad. So just apply the impulse and have it tween. And now what we want is we just need a function to add the Add object, we'll call it. And this is a node 3D. And we say item representation, add child object. And we could call it the float. Oh, float's a fucking reserved word, though. Float item. Okay. Not bad. Now the proud owner of Streamo Bingo. Now I have to mess with the Nginx real quick. I was always a Apache guy myself, but that's because I'm a geezer. Okay. So now we can set the item we're going to shoot out. It'll pick a random direction and come flying out. And it'll float when it lands on the ground. It'll be floating. And we need an area to walk over to collect the item. And then we need the item to be added to our inventory. Do you guys see why I wasn't just like, it's like, no, maybe I need to think about all this. But the beautiful part about this is we're going to have, so I do think for now, what I will do is that the items are different for each client side. So there's no, we just say, hey, spawn some items for the player to pick up. Again, the game is a cooperative game. It's a game that, like, you can cheat, but you'll just be cheating yourself, and the game wouldn't be fun. So it's not about, like, you're cheating so you can beat the other player. It's not that kind of game. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll look into like certain things. I've never really made a game to stop people from cheating the game. So, but we have our options. We can do certain things server side if we feel like we have to. That's what playtesting is for, right? Although, how many people playtesting are going to try and hack the game? It's only when it's out and it's really popular that someone will come in and try to fuck with it. So, okay, and then we have the add object. That adds it to the float item thing that we're animating. So now, and you know what? Let's put that on the instantiation. So when we instance this thing on the initializer, we just pass the object that way. So now we don't even have to call a function. It's just when we instantiate it, requires the object being passed to it that's a node 3D. And we could get even more specific about this once we have the idea of an item. Like, for instance, we could just pass, we could actually do the creation of the object in here if we wanted to, instead of on the other side, which we might want to do. Because look at here, we have item type. Now, the reason why we might not want to do that is we might use this for more than just, like, we might want more than just something that we're referring to as item to go floating like that. But I don't think so. Item, not time. Item type. Okay. And then here is where we would instantiate. So we're going to grab it from the cache. So, but we don't know where it is in the cache. We need to ask because it could move around. Look up GD. Okay, so then we say look up. Can I do... This is a resource that has to exist somewhere. So let's throw it in our cache. The irony of ironies. We're going to look in the cache for the thing. So we'll call it item lookup. No, it's not item lookup. It's just called lookup. We need a name for this, though, that's not lookup. It's got to be something else. Okay, let's go to cache. We'll add lookup. And that's all we have to do to get it to automatically cache. Isn't that neat? So now the lookup will cache, but we do need to put it somewhere. So see how it's like, oh, I spent a day thinking about that. What a moron. And then I feel like I finally get to use it and it's like, oh yeah, this is going to make making the game so much easier. If your server side's on the client, then no need to bother with anti-cheat measures. The biggest one I have though, Ghost, is by the biggest thing is that you will not be able to cheat your position. You can set, like you could hack your client to say, oh, I'm over here. But the server's simulating whether or not to tell you that you've mined a resource, right? So it doesn't matter if you tell yourself you're over here. What matters is your button inputs and where the server thinks you are. So that's the biggest thing we can do to help prevent any really like real kinds of griefing. Because whatever the client's manipulating so that on their side they're getting a bunch of shit, that's on them. But it still depends on who is running the server. Yeah, the host could fuck around, but then the clients can, like, we could probably do some sort of feedback system. If you self-hosted, then you can't stop someone. But if it's self-hosted, then you can't stop them from cheating. It still depends on who is running the server. But if it's self-hosted, then you can't stop someone from cheating. Self-hosted? Oh, you mean if the client's the server? Well, but again, we're simulating the world state through the inputs. Like if you do peer-to-peer. Yeah. But I just mean that any sort of cheating that would result in a bad experience for all the clients connected. That's the kind of thing I'm primarily concerned about. Where somebody like you can grief by like changing, obviously the server, who's hosting the game could, but not every client can start to fuck around with like the experience that everyone else is having. That kind of thing. So I definitely think so, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's trying to the hellscape of like, how do I prevent all forms of cheating? It's just like, unless the save is coming off of the internet somewhere. So for the dungeon crawler, so here's how I thought about doing it for the way I was going to do it for the dungeon crawler. There was basically the way it was going to work is you play with, a group of people and that's your dungeon for that group of people. So if someone's going to fuck around, well, you just don't play with them anymore and you've only lost it for that like configuration of people. But I wasn't going to try and make it like, oh, this is a permanent
How
whatever.
much time is wasted?
Like it was your dungeon with those people that you brought in. If you wanted to do solo one, you could. What's the redeem for the sit down?
Fartality.
What do you mean? What's sit down? What is sit down? Oh, that's when somebody follows. Sit down and have fun, God damn it. Just sit down and have fun. Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you. It's from the wizard. Let's see if I can find the scene. Here it is.
Cascade Platinum Plus has the grease-fighting power of Dawn.
The power of Dawn, everybody.
Please sit down and have fun. Just sit down and have fun, damn it.
It's the scene in Wizard when it's the scene in Wizard when they're climbing onto the Universal cart thing during the Godzilla part of the tour. And they're like punching each other and stuff, and then the tour guide dude is like, just sit down and have fun, god damn it. Just sit down and have fun. It just the delivery just cracks me up. Almost there, boys. Okay. I don't think we need this anymore. Okay, let's see what happens here when I oh, add child on null value, world item at 19, match on copper nug. We didn't match on copper nug, yo. Item type copper nug. Item type match item type copper nug. Can't catch me, coppers. Item type copper nug. Let's set a breakpoint here. See what went wrong. Oh, where did we go wrong? Break statement. Item is 0. That's nug, copper nug. Match item. Item type, copper nug. Meet the break statement. Inside line 9. We break again, so we're in here. Now we should break on one of these 3 random spots. I'm feeling good, guys, because I know it seems like, oh, it's doing that thing where it takes a long time on certain. Like, oh, that should be real simple. All right, so object Instantiate. Add child on null value. Oh, we can't add it yet. You guys know why? We have to do this on ready. So what if float item was the item instead? So instead of object, we just say float item. Okay. We didn't crash, but also nothing happened. Nothing happened. And that's because we initialized, but we're never added to the scene. We can't add ourselves because we're not in the scene tree. So it's a rigid body. Ready won't fire until we're added to the scene tree. So what we need to do is we have everything set up. We instantiate. So we go world item. I'll be right back, guys. I got to add some support to Mama Cricket. You want to open up the bathroom? Mm-hmm.
Shut up and take my money.
Jesus Christ, second favorite. God damn, second favorite spooging 20 gifted subs over all of us. Dear God, man. Thank you so much, Greg. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, Greg. Oh, was that me? Even though I promised not to give in to the Bezos bucks, sometimes my judgment lapse. I love the idea that you're sitting there like drinking and you and you like somehow press a keyboard combination that donates 20 gifted subs. You're like, oh shit. Greg, I've got some of the patterns figured out, or at least a little bit better version of the code for how we're doing the networking stuff. Okay, where is this? Oh no. Is this falling through the world? This is falling through the world. Is that what's happening? Same thing. World item. Ready, apply impulse. What position are we starting at? So I don't think the ground is collidable. It does have a collision shape. It's a static body 3D. It's on layer 1. We're on layer 1. Hmm. Let's do some crazy high projection. Oops. Is it that it's inside of a block? Like, is world... Eat more gooners? Christmas reminds me of game dev. We're in Area 3D. Okay, yeah, we don't have any let's hide the objects. We should still be able to mine them. Hmm. Let's hide everything. Where's my bits, yo? It should be exploding abouts everywhere. There they go. Now, is the rigid body... There's no children in it. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. Fucking dumbass cricket. You guys know what I'm doing wrong? Because I do. It's because we're not instantiating a scene here, boys. We're instantiating a class. Which should be fine, except that it's not going to know where floaty item is. We don't know what this is. There it goes. Still falling through the world, though. Now, that's because there's no collision body on this thing either, because again, we're instantiating something that is not, it's not the scene. So what we need to do, okay. This is just me not we need to cache the world item. Okay, so it's a world item. Go to our cache. World item. Then we go over to game. Do you need help there, Jim? Okay. Sure. Did I get how hot it is in here, baby? I'm like a lizard. Makes you want to barf. I don't know. The heat helps me think. Neo or Lazy Vim? Oh Jesus. Oh, it's I'm using Arch. By the way, no, but it's Omarchy. It's just a prefabbed version of Arch and Hyperlands. But yeah, it's Lazy Vim is what I'm using for Trying to assign value of rigid body to a variable type world item. GD. I hate to tell you, bud, but it's a rigid item. Don't know how else to call it that. What are you complaining about? This is on game line 95. 95 GG. World item. Sorry, bro. It's exactly what it is. What is our problem here? Set mind state. Trying to assign of a value of type. 95 on game. Trying to assign a value of type. But I know exactly what it is, and it's going to be a world item. Let's double check here.
I need help.
Okay, can you bring me the laptop, sweetie? We're not attaching the script.
I did something, but I have no idea what I even did.
No biggie.
I was trying to figure out how to open the OBS.
Okay, give me just a second, okay? Oh, you want to record it too?
Mhm.
Okay. He's really excited to see that stuff, so I gotta send that to him soon, okay?
I'm like recording all my
So you're in the wrong spot, so here's what you do.
piggies.
Okay, this is a little confusing. This brings up a search, okay?
Okay.
That in the space. Type OBS. There you go. Then start recording. And now I switch over to here to 2. So OBS is on 1. Then we go to 2. And then same thing. Space like that. Mr. Farm Boy. There you go. Have fun. There she goes. Whoa, there she goes. So, what is the deal with... What's the deal? What is the deal? Flot. It's a node 3D called Flot. Flot item. Set item. We're doing that before ready. That's probably not good. This probably doesn't work. Real. Rigid. Bricked up even. It looks really smooth and seamless. Yeah. It's well, yeah. I like it. You know, it is what it is. But to each his own. I'm not going to judge somebody if they don't like something. You know? Let's try that instead. Float. There it is. It's called float. What if we did this instead? Now, I'm wondering if there we go. There she is. Okay, let's bring everything back. Now we want to explode a bunch of these all over us. And we can bring back the mines. So now when we hit the mine, out flies some pieces. And we're doing a rand F, but we're probably going to want to modulus this into a specific range. I don't know if we can do that with modal, with float value. I'm not sure. And we're not connected. Server and client's not connected, so that's fine. But we do want the explosion to happen on both, so we should probably check that too. Let's see. Now, the explosion, the joyful explosion, is not going to be the same on both ends. So if I start the server here and I connect here and we hit it, what happens? So do both get a resource or only the client this time? Somehow only the client got it? No, we got it too. So for me, it lands in a different spot and it's a different item. Which is fine, So for now, that's how it's going to be. Both clients are going to kind of see different things. Let's cut this down to 2. And rand float, how do you do rand range? Rand F range. And we want to do a range between 2 values. Again, okay, I think that's right. So we at least want it to be 1 away. So 1 to 2. Range. And then 1 to 2. Let's try that. Is that my Jerry? What is the deal? Oh, they hit each other. Ooh, we don't want that. No, sir. We also want to lock the world item position to be facing up. So axis lock. We're going to lock the linear and angular on the Y. Is that right? So that we can't potentially like roll. And then we don't want to collide with ourselves. Whoa, look at him go. He's still going. Nope, that ain't right. Is it the Z that I'm talking about? Do we lock everything else but the Y? Let's try. Linear, angular Y. Maybe it's just the angular. Now we're just rotating. Clearly, I don't understand this. All right, here's what we'll do. We're going to make it so the collision with this object is not with... So we collide. We are not a surface, but we mask with surface. We are VR. We are VR troopers. We're going to say that we're physics 3D. How do we get the names of 3D physics? Here we go. Surface character mineable item. So we are an item, and we collide only with surface. So now when we mine, go over here. So here's the problem with using physics for this. I want it to be way faster. So if I say, oh, let me increase the gravity and all this, suddenly I'm doing a bunch of physics stuff I don't want to be messing with. That's why I'm thinking I want to design a curve for this and not even use. But we do want gravity, so... Oh, there goes gravity. So we're going to want what? Do we make it heavier? Do we increase the mass of the object? And if the mass is heavier, then we can do more velocity to shoot it out faster. Try to blow it out faster. That's what I get for messing with this on runtime. Doesn't come out at all now, baby. So let's increase our velocity, our impulse, our initial impulse. We're now doubling. That's closer to what we want, but it's getting pulled down faster. So go back to 40. Look at that. Now we're not coming out at all. I'm coming out. What if we go less? Let's try this. Let's try. Mom spaghetti. Just keep rhyming mom spaghetti with mom spaghetti. And you'll have the recipe for success. Al Pacino, mom spaghetti. Tom's Rigetti, mom spaghetti. All right, here's another thing we want to do. The scale of these rocks is wild. Whoa. Really need to be able to manipulate this without reloading every time. They're favoring the same exact spot as well. So we are not rotating whatsoever. And that is because our vector 0, we want apply impulse is what? What if we did a random float value for, do we want like a, is this a rotation problem here? This isn't a rotation. Okay, I think I know what to do. It's always going to be the same damn spot. So well, we're exploding the rocks. Let's look up apply impulse again. So we're doing a rigid. Impulse. Position is the offset from the body origin. Offset from the body origin in global. Oh, I see. I see. Like if we had rocket like propulsion on a ship and it was in the corner or something. And then the impulse is the direction of the thing. So what I want to try and do for Vec3 is rotate it. Rotate it around an axis. So rotate it up. Vector 3 up. Angle. So we say rand F. And 360 degrees is tau, right? So we take the random number multiplied by tau. We do both. I was joking with Els that we try and give our kids as much of a complex as possible. There we go. Okay, so yeah, we're always the same distance now, but now we get to say it's a random amount. So now it's a perfect circle. It's just where it lands is different. So that's probably a good distance. Two's pretty good. I'd like it to explode faster, but that's pretty good. So now let's do more. So So for now, we'll item drop. We'll say item drop count is 3. Nice odd number. Okay. Let's reload because that const value won't be available until we reload. We go over here, we hit it. And only one drops out because we're apparently just dummies. Item drop count is 3. Oh, we didn't save the game code.
Shut up and take my money.
What in the bloody hell? Medusa T. Dustin. What is going on here, you guys? 20 gifted subs from Medusa T. Dustin. Jeez. What is happening? Thank you very much, Medusa. Look at that. We got an explosion of mineable resources coming out. And again, it's different for both sides. Medusa, you guys. Did you guys see the deal on 1,000? my God, guys, that's such a huge savings. I didn't hear about that, Jacob. Tell me more. So we bust open the mine and it explodes open. Wait, is it the same? No. One thing we could do that might be clever is to make sure that we don't, that the items don't spawn at the exact same spot. But that's a little bit of, so you know why they're not coming out again? I know why they're not coming out again. So the server side is lying. So we're going to fix that. Okay, guys, first pass of dropping mineable items is a go, but they're not pick upable yet because we actually have to build out our entire inventory system now. Not the entire thing. You know what I mean. You guys know what I mean, right? So we're going to say this is the first pass at okay, first pass at item drops. Buy now. Limited time only. Yeah, I am going to get the Ko-Fi, the coffee thing going, whatever it's called. The reason why I was hesitant to do that is it basically doxed my address. Because I don't have a company that got a physical location. So once I do that, it's like, oh, here's where I live. But I figure as soon as I publish a game on Steam, that's what's going to happen too. So, even with an LLC, there's no stopping that. So, yeah, it's just like, it is what it is. I mean, I don't really, I don't know. You know, mental health in the States being what it is. You can get a P.O. box. Yeah, it's just my name is still there, you know? Like, well, there's my name, so go ahead and find me. Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's too much work. My name's on my Twitter. Yeah, exactly. But even then, like with the LLC, it's really easy to look up the LLC and see the registered address and everything. So it is what it is. But I don't really worry about that too much. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll know if I made it if someone tries to swat us or something. But I did stop showing you guys have noticed maybe that I don't show the front camera anymore. And that's mostly because my neighbors have been nice enough to paint their truck with the stars and bars. So I just don't even I'm like, you know, we're good. I don't want to endorse that. So oh yeah. There's so many easy ways to get people's. I mean, it's not hard. It's really not hard. Your neighbors are astronomers? No, they are not. So pieces come flying out. It would be cool if they did do a little spin thing, but if we had a custom, that would be something that we could use a curve for. And we do want it to open up when... Okay, so let's look at the bug that I was talking about, though. So we do want this to happen only after you... Oh, the rednecks? Oh, I thought the stars and bars were, I thought it was the... Isn't that what this, I thought it was, I'm so wrong then. I don't mean that. I mean the, what's the South in the Civil War? What do they call that one? Yeah, it's referred to as the stars and bars. So stars and bars is referring to the Confederacy's flag. So that's what I mean when I say stars and bars. It doesn't mean the United States flag. It means the traitor flag. The loser flag, the flag of losers and traitors. It's a weird way to just proudly say that. The South of what? I'm aborting now. Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Might as well have the British flag too. Dude, I don't get it. The weakest argument that I can come up for it is that it's a way of showing that there is a way to secede from a nation when there's some sort of disagreement on like a state level, I guess. But secession and that equating to war is very likely. And it doesn't really make any sense in my opinion. Yeah. But anyways, it's silly. Yeah. I mean yeah. I can't excuse it. I think that it's really dumb. I will say though, in reading when the Civil War was guaranteed as soon as the Constitution was established as an official document, which happened a little bit a couple of presidents after the founding of the nation. But if you read the way the Constitution is written, the war itself was guaranteed at that point in time. It just is a matter of when. Which is, you know, it doesn't matter, but it's nice to know that we can fix those things that, you know, the idea that it's all malleable and everything. But I'm not justifying it. I know we're all dancing around things, but to fly that, I think is the ultimate, like, I mean, it's like, thanks for letting me know, you know? It was about economics. Oh, yeah, sure. It was all about states' rights. That's what it was about. Oh. That's weird. If it was about if oh Jesus.
Oh, come on. If any luck, you can fuck that.
It's an interesting resolution that I heard recently that embraced the fact that the founders were rich people who wanted control here. I don't know. Reading their personal letters and stuff like that, I don't see that at all. But maybe they were faking the whole thing. Yeah. But I think there were some concessions made at the start of the founding of the country that maybe could have been avoided, that didn't need to be concessions. And I think that the Constitution, thankfully, was established. I think the country wouldn't have lasted without that. I think it's really weird right now to hear a lot of people, especially on the left, talk about like what creates the rights of states and all of that, and talk about getting rid of all of it, which is really weird to me. But and I also think that there's a lot of things going on right now that are in the face of like the whole, one of the major things in the establishment of the Constitution, if you read the Federalist Papers, are like, hey, let's not have let's not have our states like have trade wars with each other, and let's not make it so that like when you're going from state to state that it's like you're going into a foreign country and there's border checks and stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of that's sort of like kind of, well, but if you're flying, and it's starting to get to be like, well, wait a minute. I thought the whole point and in like some states, it's like, well, if you go and do business there, then we're not going to give XYZ to you. And it's like, whoa, this wasn't what we're like. Okay, guys, I think we're kind of losing the plot here, but yeah, they should be able to. Changing the Constitution, yes. I'm talking about people who are talking about getting rid of it altogether, Nathir. Those people are wackadoo, in my opinion, but
Look, this is poop right here. That's poop.
so why is this happening twice?
Oh, richness, here I come. Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir. Give me your milk. Thank you, kind sir. Here I come. Nothing was there. I get magical money that comes from nothing at all. The poop disappeared from the piggy. Look. Yeah, the poop disappeared from the piggy. Look, the poop disappeared from the piggy. Look, apparently.
So we have like a mind. Getting back to it though, guys. Let's get back to it. So that should prevent us on the server side from mining something that's already, yeah, so we can't mine this. And I guess I could do just like a cylinder, huh? For the mineable. The item drop. Let's change it to a cylinder. Okay. And like I said, we're going to have some sort of like glowing element around them. Something to really call attention to the player besides just a floating action. And probably another thing we should do is have one of those static projected shadows directly below it instead of using the global light to go across like that. That way it's easier to determine where it is in 3D space. So now we need a radius around the player that will draw the pieces in like Ratchet and Clank. Le Ginger. How's it going? Why, hello there. I'm putting together entire levels of cubes and cylinders, and it's killing me. Is it just like a drag second? Just had something super exciting happen. What's that? Tell me. Yeah, so we're working on a multiplayer life sim game is what we're doing. I guess I need sound effects for all of this. I guess we need some sound effects here, boys. Now I have to clean, you guys, I have to clean my autocomplete. Give me a second here, boys. It's now tainted with evilness. Give me a second here. Delete browsing data. Showed my game off to another streamer. A guy called CK Darby Thornity was in the chat. Got him on DMs now. He made Click and Conquer on Steam, plus was in Jonas Troiler's video recently. Sold 10,000K plus copies. Now got him in my DMs and meeting him on Thursday about my incremental game I'm making. Nice. I need to get all the rough silhouettes and yeah. It's more like that when I stop to think what a piece will look like when I want to build that piece, but I know that's not a good approach. I'm a real boy. That's really cool. It's cool that you live next to that person too. So CK Darby and Thornity are the same person? Oh, you mean on Discord. Oh, I see. I thought you were going on a date. I was confused. Yeah, different name tags. Ah, I see. Yeah, Thornity's a cool guy. He's working with Aramis for the they're working on a clicker game too. The publishing? Oh, I thought he was helping with the game design too or something, but I guess not. Should be right down there next to your feet, Jim. Apparently it releases on Monday. Well, hopefully it does good. Hopefully it do good. Where do we get sound effects? I mean, I have a bunch, but they're all kind of... I'm never buying sound effect packs. At this point, it's just... I'm probably going to end up just placeholder stuff, and then I'm going to build my own, because, like, all the packs end up being... I don't know. Some of them are all right, but it's so... Mine hit. Really? It's going to make me go into it? I can't. Too much echo. What have we said? Rock hit. Rock crack? That's a bit much, guys. This is okay. This is the same sound, they just changed the pitch. Do I have an account for this? Give me a second here, boys. Yeah, sign in. Well, dude, LeGinger, that's awesome. Do you think he's going to be like, hey, I want to publish your game? It's going to be a million seller. I don't know, dude. I mean, that's a really good sign because the Black Hole game is got a lot of it sounds like the wish lists on it are insane. So that is a really good sign though. Is it one that I've played the game? Because I think I played some of yours. All right, I'm going to favorite this. And this. And this. Let's just download one, though. We just need one. You agree to our license. Use the content for free without having to attribute the author. Modify or adapt the content into new works. Cannot sell. Cannot use in an immoral or illegal way. Cannot use the content as part of your trademark, blah, blah, blah. Sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna have to get some food here, guys. I'm starting to space out. I don't even know. I haven't had lunch. Oh Jesus. That is called Small Rock Break. That's called Punching Rock. Are we serious? Like we're all superheroes? This is okay. All right, we'll take that for now. Like it. Do you have the charger plugged in, Jim?
Yeah.
All right. Rename. Only a month into development, so it's got a long way to go yet. It's about 20 minutes. Would love your feedback. Okay, yeah. So I usually do that. Today is Friday. I usually do that on days like today. But I am not at full energy here. 7 hours into the stream. So it's probably not going to happen today.
Start and go to first row.
Everything's coming up Millhouse for us, guys. So now the question is, where do we play? We don't even have sound. Oh my God, you guys. I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything for sound. Excuse me. Crap. We're going to hold out on the sound thing. Be right back, guys. I'm going to grab some food.
This should make your stay more comfortable. Help! 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 Can I finish one of the levels? That was it. Okay. You gotta lean on everybody. Okay. Wait, no. Okay. Where's the team one? reset button is broken. Oh. Nine, but I'm stuck.
Do you need help? Or
Wait. Oh, I can't interact with this one. Nope. Sir. Sir. No. No. I'm just stuck.
Right.
I was pressing Vegas here.
You did remove the head?
Remove with the same button. I go cancel if I don't like. Wait. Well.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
What do you mean?
I can't move.
Like the head is in the
Can you remove it?
Nope. You figure out how. There's literally a button that can move. It's the same button.
hold. You hold it to it.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Time to save and stop because Odie's in the last minute. Okay. You too, Odie. Time to stop.
I'm just gonna finish stripping
And I'm out of this focus. Okay.
Thanks again, Medusa and Greg. Thank you so much, or Dustin and Greg. Thank you so much for your help today, or your support. I appreciate it. I'm doing my best. We're starting to see some real progress here. I might as well, All right, let's see what we did on the. Excuse me.
Mama. Mama. So basically just like pulling it around. I need to unlock it. I need to the tree is going to out.
You guys are wild.
Stay.
Okay. So, by the way, the 13th, which I think is tomorrow, I will start working on the Steam page. And then my focus will probably change. Once we have the page already, I'll be working on integrating into Steam's lobby system and its packet relaying. One thing I should be able to support with this is using Steam's relay servers so that you don't dox yourself, your IP, by playing with people that you don't know. So the traffic will be behind their stuff. And then as soon as we do that, I'll send out some playtesting keys and start trying out the code with other people, but there's going to be a lot of setup to get to that point. So I think what I'll be doing is slowly chipping away towards that as I'm working on developing the game more. The concepts of the server tick and all that stuff should work regardless of the platform. But getting that Steam stuff set up initially is going to be some heavy lifting. On top of understanding how to do releases on Steam, all that stuff I've just never done. But once we're to a point where that's all set up, from now on, what I'll be doing is what you see is what you get. Every time I do a code commit, I'll have a trigger that goes and I'll script some sort of automatic upload straight to Steam. And then we'll start getting on version numbers and all that stuff. And then it's like you can play it whenever, even though there's nothing early to play just yet. Done it twice myself. Nice. Yeah, so, but the Steam page won't be up for a while. Not initially, because it's so bare bones. There's nothing here yet. What we could play around with. So I'm at a bit of a crossroads right now, where we've got. So we're dropping resources. We can't pick them up. I've closed my work computer. I'm never opening it again. This is done. Well, almost. So once we have collecting drops, yeah, we still got a lot in front of us. It's not true, but it's fun to pretend. One day, in a world what was that deterministic somebody had sent me a deterministic physics engine for Godot. I think I have to build it into it. I don't think it's an add-on. I could be wrong. Here we go. Rapier extension for Godot. 2D and 3D physics plugin for Godot 4 with better stability, performance, no ghost collisions, liquids, inverse kinematics, and determinism. And every single example I'm seeing here looks to be 2D. One-in-one compatibility with Godot physics. Everything is supported. Cross-platform determinism on all IEEE 754 to 2008 compliant 32 and 64-bit platforms. Okay. So 32-bit and 64-bit platforms will support the same simulation. Is this as easy as plug and play? Somebody had pointed to me a Rust one for Godot that's supposedly deterministic. Rapier physics. So can we search the asset lib for this? Is that all Christmas presents, sweetie? Is that Christmas presents you're bringing in? Oh, shouldn't we be putting them downstairs so they're more of a surprise? Okay. So slower version with cross-platform deterministic. Okay. $32 megabytes. Jeez. Sheesh. You got me something? Oh, man. If I make it big. Lambos for everybody. Pre-tax. I know. I would bankrupt everybody by gifting Lambos to them. Like, I can't pay the tax on it. Like, oh shit, sorry. I'll take it back. I'm sorry you can't afford that. How long is Toy Story 3? You got a friend in me. In Toy Story 3. It's an hour 43. Yeah, you got a friend in Toy Story 3. Is that M's? No, it's just a Gritty Goose. I've never seen that one. Hour 43. So that means I need to be 5:15. I need to stop, guys. Let me set an alarm here for an hour. That's when I got to stop. You got a Taco Bell. You got a Taco Bell. It's real yummy. Can't you see? Yeah, you got a Taco Bell. Change it to Rapier 3D. Not right now, sir. Okay, I think we're at a point where I think I'm going to try and fix the judder. The jitter. I don't know. Do I start working preemptively on the Steam stuff? Oh, by the way, if you guys didn't know, we do have the camera rotation working now, so we can move the camera around and move. But let's try and get this jitter thing figured out. I feel like I need a change of pace from the explosion stuff. Nah, let's keep working on the item stuff. You got a Taco Bell. You got a Taco Bell. It's real yummy. Can't you see? Yeah, you got a Taco Bell. You got a Taco Bell. Oh, jeez. Yes, it's so tedious. Begin. Steam setup stuff. All right. Well, okay, here's number one problem. Number one problem. Okay. So when we're playing solo, here's our first issue. When we're playing solo, we're not really playing completely from the simulation server stuff. So we need to kind of get that figured out. So let's do the tedious stuff. All right, we'll do it. We'll start to work on that. You got a Taco Bell. Now, how much overhead would there be if I actually ran a server and connected to it? If I am the server, how does that work? Let's set a breakpoint here. If server, so we should break here. Let's try and mine something and see if we hit the breakpoint. This is what I'm talking about, just to prove it. Now we're going to be solo. We're going to be a single player. If this is set up right, we should hit the breakpoint. Oh. Huh. Well, I'll be. So let's look up is server from my, never mind then. I don't have to do anything. That Cricket, he's so smart. You know what? I do need to message Gina and tell him, dude, you got to see what I got going. You got a Gina to me. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that I'm not doing. I need to watch that video on Delta from Jonas. My name is Jonas. Returns true if this multiplayer's API multiplayer peer is valid and in server mode. Does anyone else think that's weird? Listening for connections. See, that's especially weird because we're not listening for connections. Returns true if this multiplayer's API multiplayer peer is valid and in server mode. Parentheses, listening for connections. Brah, what? This isn't happening and it's returning true. The peer object to handle the RPC system effectively enabling networking when set. Depending on the peer itself, the multiplayer API will become a network server and will set root node's network mode to authority, or it will become a regular client. All child nodes are set to inherit the network mode by default. Handling of network-related events, connection, disconnect, new clients is done by connecting to multiplayer API signals. Oh my God, I've missed so much. When the gorditas seem fluffy and the meat is stale and it's so's the cheese, you gotta remember the hot sauce is 'cause you got a Taco Bell. Excellent. Months? Oh, no. I think I can get the Steam. I think I can get the basic Steam stuff going in a week. But we'll see. We'll see if I hit any big hurdles. Okay, actually shut down the computer. I physically felt calm upon me. Man, I really don't like my job, huh? It's pretty obvious reading my words. Yeah. Know that feeling all too well. It's Friday, though. I don't mind my job, but I still don't want to do it. Yeah. I think that's work for everybody. You got a friend in me. You got a Taco Bell. Check with is server. This is really throwing me for a loop. Okay, so if that's true, then we should be getting, but see, we're not adding, okay. Okay, we're not adding, we're not doing this, right? This isn't firing. What? Brah. But we don't have any connected clients though, right? Okay, at least that's not happening. All right, so then this is happening here. No, that's not firing. Unreliable packet. That's the input packets. So let's try moving. Okay. So these are only being sent by a client. So this is on a loop here. So we are sending unreliable. Okay, so the server tick is happening. Is everything just working? Did I do this right on accident? Because I'm that cool. Okay, we're not sending out server ticks because there's no one to send them out to. So we do main game unreliable RPC. RPC unreliable packet. All this stuff is going to go away eventually. Breakpoint. So this should be firing. If we're getting a break here, unreliable packet update. So is that sim packet? Is this hitting? You got a friend in me. So we really shouldn't do this if we don't have any clients connected. We are sending this off, but there's nobody to send it to. That's why this never fires. This only gets received by clients. And there's no client here to receive this, technically. Everything's still simulating properly on the server side. So we're fine. Jeez, man. Woo! Problem solved. I have the last day of a sprint Monday, then a learning day Tuesday, then I only have Wednesday before I have surgery and I'm off. Is it a big surgery? It should be a blast. They are tearing apart my butthole and reconstructing it. And making sure I don't have cancer while they're at it. Jeez. Well, hopefully you can sit on a thing. You got to sit on one of those things now, huh? For a while. Phantomum, you came in at the perfect time. A pregnancy pillow? Yes, one of those. It's going to feel like you have hemorrhoids for a while. Be like, ugh. Well, Greg, I hope it's all clear. You'll be fine. It's going to be fine, Greg. Okay, so we send this off to the ether. There's no one to send it to. So this is just running as if there's a connection. Like this. And we're ticking up and nothing's really happening. Okay, fine. So we've determined that my fear is non-existent. Except that we don't need to do this whole thing unless there's somebody to send it to. So what we could do here is look for connected clients. So let's look on multiplayer to see if there's a way to test if there's a number of connected clients. Get peers. Returns a list of all peer IDs. Let's do that. Let's just print it out. No peers, baby. So then what we're going to do here is we're going to check for peers for after. All right, that simple check is cheaper than all of the work we would do inside of here. So let's just make sure that a server connection can still happen. Yep. Okay. Well, it's an internal hemorrhoid with suspicious lumps. Apparently, the recovery isn't fun. Right, I've never stuck anything up there, and I thought it was sealed tight. Turns out it can happen to the best of us. Too many mobile games on the toilet. Yeah, I need to lose about 40 pounds, realistically, to be at a healthy weight. I don't know. What would my BMI be at? I'm 5'10". Let's look at the BMI chart. Short king. But I just want to see the chart. I don't want to put it in my numbers. God damn it. Just give me there's a chart. Just where's the damn chart? I don't want a calculator. I just want the chart. That's easier. Okay, here we go. Yeah, on the BMI, I would constitute as overweight. So I could stand to lose 30. Oh, 26 pounds. That's not impossible. It's impossible! All right. So one thing we're doing, damn it, we need to watch that Jonas video. How long is that thing? My search suggestions are so broken right now. Let's watch.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name.
With your anus in it. Imagine being able to build an app.
Seems to be using this variable incorrectly. It is used in all of your favorite video games, and you'll find it in every game engine from Unity to Unreal to GameMaker to Godot, which makes it even more frustrating that all most developers know about it is
I should multiply everything by delta time. If not, I am committing a crime.
LOL. If only it were so easy, huh? And if you're one of those know-it-alls who thinks they know everything already, then grab a pen and a piece of paper. I will test your knowledge. You're writing a game development test, my friend, and I will grade you at the end of the video. This is not a joke. Yeah? Well, no, videos create the illusion.
Wait, what's this about LMAO? What happened to it? What'd they do to him? What'd they do to my boy? What's wrong with LMAO now? Who screwed it up? Oh. Greg screwed it up. I gotcha.
Of motion by showing you a bunch of images very quickly, and games work the exact same way, but there's one important difference. In a video,
So here's the deal. The reason why I'm looking this up, I am not calculating delta time for movement right now. Because I know I'm doing it on every single frame tick or every single process tick, I am doing it a fixed amount for every input that I'm getting. Does that make sense? So the problem is if we drop, there's a lot of problems here. And this is the only way I'm keeping things in sync. Okay? So, yeah, process steps aren't consistent though. Yeah, I know. That's kind of the problem. So I think what I have to do is, I don't know how to reconcile this because both computers are going to have two different calculations for where they think they are. So I think what we have to do is use delta time to move, but then we got to snap our position somehow. Anyways, for the rollback not to fire every 5 seconds.
All of the images have the exact same length. So for example, if you have a video with 25 frames per second, then one frame is shown exactly every 1 divided by 25 seconds. For games, unfortunately, it's a mess. All of the frames are just shown whenever they finished rendering, which can be whenever. In a video, if we want to create the illusion of motion, we can just move the character by...
Yeah, so that's where I think I have to... Yeah, I can't do the deltas. I could do a total delta time, but then... that wouldn't work either. I think what I have to do is keep a actual position and a calculated position. So the set position is from delta, and then where we're supposed to actually be is like a secret number that we're keeping in parallel to that.
The same amount every frame, and it will look like a smooth motion. In a game, because all of the frames are spaced apart differently, we cannot do that. Dear test participants, write me a line of code that makes a character move over the screen with a consistent speed. You have 3 seconds to lock in your final solution. 3, 2, 1. Here's my friend Jerry. He has a very good computer, so his game runs with 60 frames per second. And this is Betty. She just loves toaster, so she's playing this on a toaster and only has 5 frames per second. Oh, what do I see here? Is this your final answer? The update event is called every frame. This is the position of the snail. And you want to go to the right, so you multiply the right vector times your movement speed, how far you want to move each frame. So that up there is your solution. Let's run it and see what happens. Jerry is zooming away and Betty is left behind. You monster, what have you done? So obviously
that's our
because both
current
snails move
problem.
the
That's
same amount
exactly
each
the
frame,
problem
but
that we
Jerry
have.
just has
Right
way
now
more
it's not
frames
an
per
issue,
second,
but it
so
will
obviously
be.
he's gonna move faster. I'm pretty sure you're not a criminal though, cause I'm pretty sure you remembered.
I should multiply everything by delta time. If not, I am committing a crime.
Let's do that then. Let's multiply in this magical variable that we don't quite understand yet. And all of a sudden it works. If we keep this running forever, they will always stay next to each other. So if you're participating in the test and you got this correct, then you get 10 points. Write down your points. The question is, why is this solution correct? Let's have a look at our film strips or game strips. And for this example, we actually do have consistent time intervals between the frames. For Jerry, it's about 16 milliseconds between each frame. And for Betty, it's 200. And what you can kind of intuitively see here is that the more time passed since the last frame, the further we have to move the character, and there is a direct correlation. So delta time is exactly that. It is the time distance between frames. If it's been twice as long since the last frame has been rendered, we need to move twice as far. How delta time is measured is a little different from game engine to game engine. In Unity it's measured in seconds, so that means Jerry's delta time is 0.016 and Betty's delta time is 0.2. If we multiply that into our equation, Betty moves way more than Jerry every frame, which is exactly what we need. In a real game, the frame rate will obviously vary. Sometimes you'll have 60 frames per second, sometimes you'll have 5 frames per second. So that is important to know. Delta time is automatically recalculated every frame, and it's usually different every frame. That way it's possible to go back and forth between being Betty and Jerry, and it's still gonna work out just fine. So little know-it-alls, what do you think is delta time exactly? Is it A, the time elapsed between the last frame and the one preceding it? B, the time elapsed between the frame currently being processed and the one preceding it? C, is answer B plus the time since the current frame started? Or is it D, the time since this object last accessed the delta time variable? So dear test participants, think about it, pause the video, there are some points to be earned. I will reveal the solution in 3, 2, 1. If you picked any of these two here, then haha, I trolled you real bad. B is not the correct answer either, but I'll give you 10 points, cause it's almost correct. Why is it only almost correct? Well, let's say we're here in the timeline and we're currently running our program code to calculate the next frame. In that case, we actually do have a problem, cause we do not have the next frame yet, nor do we know when our calculation's gonna be finished. So really the only thing we can do is use the delta time from the last 2 frames and use that for our calculation. Is this the exact number we're looking for? Well, definitely not, but it's usually a reasonable assumption that's at least roughly in the correct ballpark, and we're still gonna use this interval as the delta time in the next frame, so it's gonna even itself out in the long run. So if you picked A, then I'm actually slightly impressed and you get 20 points. Congratulations. What that means is delta time always has a 1 frame delay. Now there's a fun little experiment you can run in your game engine. You can create an artificial lag spike. I'm personally doing that by running a bunch of unnecessary computations a bunch of times. So whenever I press X now, the game will have a huge lag spike. Here we have the 2 brothers, Jerry and Barry. Barry unfortunately suffers from lag spikes. As we're using delta time, you can always catch up though. Let's watch one of Barry's lag spikes frame by frame. As you can see, he's moving a little bit every frame, and all of a sudden the lag spike hits. So because of all of my unnecessary computations, the next frame takes way longer to be calculated. But what do you think will happen in the next frame? Take your guess. Actually pause the video and take a guess now. You can earn 10 points if you get it right. The solution in 3, 2, 1. Here it is. I'm playing the same 2 frames over and over again, so you can see just those 2 frames. And as you can see, it's moving a little bit, a tiny little bit. So if you guessed anything like it moves a completely normal amount, then you get 10 points. And only in the next frame the expected teleport forward occurs. Why is it important to know that delta time always has a 1 frame delay? Well, honestly, it's only really useful for debugging and for avoiding your own confusion. So now you know how it works. For our next challenge, we want to achieve the same result. We want both snails to move at a consistent speed, but this time we want to code into fixed update instead of update. Don't worry, these are still the very easy questions. For those who don't know, fixed update happens a fixed amount of times every second. The question is, what do we have to change here to make this code work? Pause the video if you want to, and I expect your answer in 3.
So this is what I feel like I'm technically doing with the process step, because it's fixed every physics tick, which right now is 60 a second. So I feel like if this is a Unity thing, this is what I'm doing right now.
2, 1. We, of course, need to remove the delta time. Oh, you're really racking
So
up the points.
I'm not using delta time when I'm doing this. Run many times a frame. It's like constant step. That's what'll happen with physics if you're lagging on your frames. Physics would continue to run, I believe.
When we run our code in update, then this is where our code is executed. Or I guess to be a little more precise, not all of that is taken up by the update events, a huge portion of that is also taken up by rendering. But sometimes the irregularities caused by the system can be quite annoying to work around. That's why most game engines offer a separate system where you can execute code. In Unity, those are called fixed updates. And let's for example say we're executing some code right here. Why would we ever want to multiply anything by this interval right here? There's no freaking way that makes sense. If anything, then we want to multiply by this interval right here, which is called fixed delta time. So that means if you answered my last question with fixed delta time in the solution, then that's obviously correct as well. Multiplying the same static number that never changes into everything you do is obviously a little bit pointless, so you really don't have.
Okay, so it says, in Godot, the equivalent of Unity's fixed update is the physics process callback function. This function runs at a fixed, consistent rate, which is independent of the game's rendering frame rate.
If fixed update is so much easier to use and we don't have to worry about delta time, why don't we just code our entire game in there? Well, actually that is a valid coding style as long as our code doesn't take too long to execute. But if it takes longer to execute than our fixed delta time, then we are in trouble, cause then our game starts slowing down. Also, what about Emily with her high-end gaming PC? Maybe she wants to run the game at a higher frame rate than the random number you decided on. So that's why usually using update and delta time is the more resilient and scalable system. But fixed update still has its place. For example, in Unity, anything physics related you usually want to put in the fixed update.
Naram,
That's
how's it
because
going?
the physics engine is running in the fixed update as well. And that way your interactions with the physics engine are gonna be more consistent and more reliable.
This is another thing with Godot, though, that's really important is if you're checking anything with physics when you want to only do it in process physics because it can sometimes not be there to check. I don't know how else to explain it. Like it's not consistent unless you're doing it in the physics.
To make things more confusing, you can also turn the main update into a fixed update by adding weighting to your equation. So you can essentially set a fixed frame rate and then just wait for the remainder of the time. So in Unity,
that's why you should write your engine.
If you limit the frame rate to 60, that's pretty much exactly how that looks like. Some game engines even work like this by default. For example, in GameMaker, this is pretty much the default way everybody writes code. And once again, the cool thing is, as now all frames are spaced apart evenly, you don't necessarily have to use delta time anymore. The only problem is, of course, once again, there is no such thing as a negative waiting time. So if your update and rendering take too long.
Wix.
Ads. Unity is the same way of doing stuff outside the fixed with physics is wonky. Yeah, and I don't know the real reason why in Naram, but yeah, I would agree that making your own engine, those kinds of things would become way more apparent. And a lot of the stuff that you end up doing when you're using a game engine, you learn and it's like, but you don't really know the reason why. Getting input in fixed update isn't reliable too. Interesting.
Take a sip of water. Go on a toilet break if you need to, cause that was the easy part. I downgraded Betty's toaster to 2 frames per second so we can a little more easily see when something is wrong. And this is what I would like you to create. Snails start with a speed of 0 and then their speed linearly increases over time. They do not have to loop around, I'm just doing that for demonstration purposes. The only thing that matters is that every time Betty updates her position, she needs to be exactly next to Jerry. Just as before, we're using the same script for both snails, so you cannot write separate scripts for both of them. You have to write your code in update and you have to use delta time. So I want them to start slow and get faster and faster. Pause the video now and try to come up with a solution. You have 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what you got. So you have two variables, that's nice. Yeah, you have an acceleration variable and you have a speed variable, very good. So this part is the exact same thing as last time, and the only thing we added was this line here. We add something to the speed, and now here we take the acceleration and we multiply it by delta time. So this is for movement, this is for increasing the speed, and both times we multiply in delta time. Okay, I loaded a new solution, let's try it out. And... oh, Betty, hurry up! Let's check this out in slow motion, where Betty updates to... oh, she's too short. Okay, then I guess we have to move this before. So first we add something to our speed, and then we use that speed to accelerate ourselves forwards. Come on, stay next to each other, please, please. Go, go, go. And... This time, Betty is ahead. What the hell? This time it's the other way around. But when Betty updated her position, they were definitely not next to each other. So if you got any of the solutions we just talked about, then you only get 20 points. Because this is a good approximation, but it's not entirely correct. Okay then, so what happens if we apply half of the acceleration before and the other half of the acceleration after we move the snails? Accelerating before the movement didn't work, accelerating after the movement didn't work. So let's try splitting it in two, I guess. Will our random solution work? The tension is immeasurable. I need a little more hype here. Come on, more hype, more hype. What? It is perfect! There's one interesting question, and that is, why? Why does this work? Let's graph this out. On the x-axis we have the time, and on the y-axis we have the speed of the snail. So our snails start out with 0 speed, but they do get faster and faster over time. Luckily for every frame we know exactly how fast the snails are, cause the speed is just increasing linearly. So now let's have a look at our first slightly incorrect solution again. The linear increase of speed is something we don't really have to worry about. That's working correctly. The more time passes, the more we increase the speed. Very straightforward. This is the part of the code that is responsible for calculating how far the snail moves. So now let's assume we're running this code right here in between those two frames. What are we multiplying? We're multiplying speed times delta time. By multiplying those two numbers, we calculate the surface area of this beautiful rectangle here. So the surface area of this rectangle represents how much we're gonna move between those two frames. So can you start to see the problem here? If our speed would look like this and was actually consistent, then that would look a lot more correct, wouldn't it? Because in that case, multiplying speed times delta time would create a rectangle that fills up the surface area under the graph perfectly. So we have to take into consideration that the speed is constantly changing, and what that means is we're lacking a piece here. Or in other words, we're not moving enough. Okay, then I guess we have to move this before. So first we add something to our speed, and then we use that speed to accelerate ourselves forwards. Well, okay, so in that case, instead of using this speed, you're telling me we should use this speed, which results in this surface area, which is too much. We are moving too much now. We really just want the area under the graph. So how do we get that? Well, hey, there's an entire field in math. The thing you want to research are integrals, or more precisely definite integrals, which have a start and an end point. Luckily for this specific case, there's an easy hack we can apply. We can chop off one corner and attach it back like so, and we have a rectangle. As you can see, the speed we want to multiply by is exactly in the middle of the start speed and the end speed. So in this case, but only because the speed is a linear function, we dodged a bullet and we get away without doing any more complicated math. And that is exactly why this is a correct solution. This first line here gets us the middle point, and then this last line here makes sure we add all of the speed that we need to add. So if you got this solution or any solution that effectively achieves the same result, then you get 50 points! Woo! I feel like I'm probably clapping for nobody, but still, woo! And by the way, just a little addition or correction, this calculation is obviously not happening here. It's happening here because of the 1 frame delay on delta time. So that means we're oftentimes not moving the exact amount that we should, but with a 1 frame delay, we're always moving the exact amount we should, so that's actually completely fine. And before you go scream at everybody who makes this quote-unquote mistake, please don't, because this is a very good approximation, and 9 out of 10 times it's gonna get the job done just fine. Betty won't like this, but I'm gonna upgrade her to 30 frames per second for this experiment. The general rule of thumb is the higher the frame rates, the better these approximations work. So this is the exact same flawed code that we already tried out earlier, but as you can see, the snails do a really good job staying in sync with each other. Let's keep this running for a little bit just to see what happens. And what you can see is It's not so flawed after all. They're starting to get slightly out of sync, but it's nothing too crazy. Why is that? The reason for that is that with a higher frame rate, the speed is recalculated more often, and therefore we have a higher accuracy. Did I hear a complaint that you want more points for your answer then? Don't get greedy! Remember that depending on the circumstances, these inaccuracies can quickly add up and they can accumulate. So using approximations is fine, you should just be aware of the fact that you are using an approximation, which I feel like most developers aren't. And for everything where you do care about accuracy, like for example the player movement, from now
Narum, thanks. Yeah, I've been to that. I've looked at his book many a time. But yeah, I'm mostly trying to.
on, you know that you can probably do a little better. How can you do better? Well, I even made a slide for all of those rule lovers out there. Whenever a variable changes over time, then this is the mathematically perfect solution and this is the approximation. The thing is, you obviously only need this formula if the change speed itself is changing. If the change speed is consistent, then this is a mathematically perfect solution as well. If the change speed itself is changing, then you have to figure out the average change speed over the last delta time seconds. So let's, for example, say delta time is 0.5 seconds. Then you have to figure out the average change speed over that time period and multiply by that. This next mistake
I never thought about that, applying acceleration before and after. Yeah, I remember there was
a really
few
rough
little
one,
gems
and
in
I've
this.
seen people make this mistake, so that's why I have to include this in the video. All the experienced developers, look away, this might hurt. So I made this little game called Flappy Snail, which is essentially the exact same thing we just talked about. We're accelerating in one direction, and the only difference is that now I have a jump button. So in this case for movement we're using the approximation, which is fine, but I might have removed something very important from the jump code down here, and if you can tell me what's missing, then you'll get some points. You have 3, 2, 1, lock in your answer. And if this is your final answer, okay, don't lie to me, what's locked in is locked in. And then you get minus 10 points, cause this is so wrong. Oh my god, don't ever do this. This is horrible. You wanna multiply by delta time when something happens over time. When something happens immediately, like a jump. That is a point in time. When something happens at a point in time, you never wanna multiply by a period of time. That just doesn't make any sense, unless you wanna jump twice as high when the frame rate drops or something. But why would you ever want that? Why? Alright, I'm sorry for your loss if you fell for it, but if you were either confused or you were like, seems alright to me, then you get 10 points. Luckily, there's an incredibly catchy rule. Just say it with me.
I should multiply everything by delta time. But only
hang
once
on.
and not
Only once
accidentally
and-
twice.
Either confused
Oh, that's what confused me. That's gravity. But he's calling it speed.
or you were like,
I'm sorry. This is oh, you guys, it's cut off for you guys. Yeah, that's I should have renamed it to gravity. But whatever.
seems alright to me, then you get 10 points. Luckily, there's an incredibly catchy rule. Just say it with me.
I should multiply everything by delta time. But only once and not accidentally twice. And only when we're not in fixed update. And only when it's something that is really happening over a period of time. If not, I am committing a crime.
Oh yeah.
And don't freaking mess up your freaking lerp functions, you OMG, just use your brain, WTF.
And that is exactly why rules stink. There are too many exceptions. But what was that? Don't mess up your lerp functions? I think we should look into that. If you don't know what a lerp function is, then this is probably not the best video to explain it, but I'll give it a brief shot. It allows you to interpolate between A and B with the value t. T has to be a value between 0 and 1, and the calculation happening underneath is fairly simple. It's just A times 1 minus t plus b times t. So let's, for example, say you have two positions on the x-axis, -7 and 7. So that means if you set t to 0, you'll end up with -7. If you set it to 1, you'll end up with 7. And anything in between will give you something in between. Now, using a lerp function, I would like you to create this. The snails start out fast, but they get slower and slower, and they never fully arrive at their target destination. They're just getting closer every frame, but they will never arrive there. And I'll even give you a little tip. You can do this with a lerp function that can interpolate from one position to another. The only thing you have to fill in is this last parameter of the lerp function here. This is the snail's current position, this is the snail's target position, and this is what you gotta fill in. By now you know how we roll. We're looking for the mathematically perfect solution only, so no pity points for approximations this time. This is your final test. Here's once again what to create. And of course, whenever Betty updates, they need to be exactly on top of each other. Pause the video and you have 3, 2.
So I'm trying to imagine what would happen if you dropped a frame.
1. I'm actually gonna split this into 2 lines. Let's put in a blend variable here. And I'm sure the solution most of you got is just time.delta time multiplied by lerp speed. Honestly, I don't even have to run this to prove to you that this can't possibly be correct. Because I told you, the snails never reach their target destination. But what happens if we have the giga lag spike of doom and we have a 2-second lag spike? There's nothing stopping this blend value from becoming really large, even larger than 1. And what happens if t is 1? Then we instantly jump to our target position, which is wrong. Alright, so let's run the simulation and see how long it takes for those 2 snails to get out of sync. And they're out of sync. That's not too impressive. So in these kind of scenarios, we have to realize that we are on an exponential function. In this case, on a reversed exponential function. On the x-axis, we have the time, and on the y-axis, we have the distance from the target. So you can see the distance from the target is getting lower and lower, but it's never reaching 0. As we are on an exponential function, we have to use an exponential function. Mind blown. All right, I'm just gonna show you the correct solution. Here it is, and it looks a little intimidating, I admit that. 1 minus, we can remove that, but then we have to switch those 2 around. So let's do that to simplify that a bit. So we end up with 0.5 to the power of delta time times lerp speed. And that then is the number that we use to blend between our current position and our target position. On an exponential curve, what do you have to do when you want to move to the right? You have to change the exponent. And you can see the exponent is just linearly correlating with time. It's literally just counting up. And that's why we can just put our time in the exponent and call it a day. The 0.5, by the way, are completely arbitrary. You can choose pretty much any number between 0 and 1. If you got that correct, then damn, I'm impressed, and you get 50 points. And now I can hear all of the formula lovers crying, oh my god, why didn't you use the formula? Oh, don't worry, you can do that here as well. Instead of looking at the distance, you just have to look at the speed. And as it turns out, the speed is an exponential function as well. It starts out very fast and then gets slower and slower, but never reaches 0. And now if you got a time interval defined by delta time, then we just once again have to calculate the area under the graph, which we can do by multiplying delta time by the average speed within that interval. The only problem is that the average speed is no longer just the middle point between the start and the end point, because this time we have a curved graph. So if you want to get this correct using this method, then you gotta look into integrals. If you're still confused and you're like, what the hell? Then remember that using the much simpler approximation is usually fine. Also, I got a brilliant bonus tip for you. Test your game. One thing you can do in Unity for testing is set application.target frame rate, and I'll, for example, set that to 12 or something, which is relatively low. Feels very much like a slideshow. This is a little painful, but as you can see, everything's working and everything's moving at the speed it's supposed to and stuff like that. So just try it out. Just try your game at different speeds and see what happens. Most Unity users know about this, but you can actually pause the game by just setting time.timescale. And if you set up your game correctly, then nothing should move anymore. This completely pauses your game with 1 line of code. It's also a good line to test if you implemented delta time correctly everywhere. All in all, don't stress out about it. It's not as difficult as it seems. But also don't be naive about it. You can't just multiply delta time into everything without even thinking about it and expecting it to work. That's not how it works. But it's also not rocket science. Here are your grades. Check out your points, count your points, and see what grade you got. And
So here's the part that confuses me about Godot's physics. We still get a delta on physics process. So I'm wondering if what I want to do is check if the delta is larger than what it should be based on how many ticks we're doing per frame or per 60 seconds or whatever it is. If it's larger, then we know we've skipped. If it's like Unity, it's a constant value. But how do we know when we skipped? Because we have the engine we can call get physics frames. But if we're skipping even the physics frames, then we know. Okay. So how can I force the game to start to lose the delta time? It's a fixed update. Okay. So this scenario where the physics update takes longer than we're expecting, this should be the only time we screw up if we're using it for movement. This is funny though that we're using physics process for this, because we're not using physics. That's really funny. Okay, well, I think I have enough to investigate why the frame ticks thing or the I think I have an off by 1 for the client packets going out. So we have the input packet stuff. And I think the problem is down here. Where is it? No, this isn't it. It's clients. Connected client. Here we go. So down here, it's breaking here. Ingress inputs. I think it's screwing up here. I think we're off by 1 when we wrap around. Okay. What time are we at? Just about time to wrap it up. Thanks for sitting with me and watching that video, guys. Yeah, for the fixed update. Yeah, it's more, I was worried about the ticks not being accurate. Let me move my camera back. And so if our physics are deterministic, we can try it. We can go back and turn on this new physics engine and see if it really is deterministic. But I don't want to do that yet until I get the rollbacks to stop firing so much, because the rollbacks shouldn't be firing at all. But they are. So something is wrong there. I don't think we're collecting the inputs right. I'll show you what. So this is what the rollback is like for the client. You can see us sort of jitter around. It's kind of hard to notice sometimes, but you feel it for sure. There it is. So that every time you're seeing that, that's the rollback. So what rollback is doing is we're collecting our inputs, a history of our inputs on the client side. The server is simulating the inputs as it's getting them. And then when it does a server tick, it's including client information, specifically what of the, I don't know about Godot, but generally checking an input state in a fixed update is a bad idea. So I'm sending it, checking an input state and a fixed update is a bad idea. So when I'm running it on the server side, so this is doing the same thing. We're not getting any of this. So both of these are running the exact same code. The difference is that the client is hitting the rollback a lot. And obviously the server wouldn't do that because it's processing its own inputs immediately. The server is a client. But so the rollback is essentially the server says, okay, when I processed your input X, whatever it is, I had you at this position. And then the client checks and goes, oh, that's weird. When I did that input, I was at this position. And then what it does is it rolls back to that position and replays its input with the position it got from the server to adjust it to where it thinks it should be going forward. Fixed update can run multiple times per frame. Yeah, I mean it is. It's I see what you're saying. It's not here. If I turn off async, for instance, and I do the process step, that'll fire many times versus the physics process is firing always at whatever the fixed rate is. But you're saying checking input state on a fixed update is a bad idea. So I'm not checking input state on fixed update. I don't believe. Let me double check. So the way that I'm doing that is we're processing it on fixed update, but we're collecting it on oh, we should move that. Maybe you're right. So we're collecting it here. So I could change this over to process. And then what we could do is only process the input on process when our last physics process tick is greater than our current physics process tick is greater than our last one. That way we're processing on ticks on our ticks consistently. But I mean, there hasn't been any problems in collecting the inputs as far as I can tell. I'm not sure how I would be able to test for that though. And even in their own docs, they have examples using physics process for collecting inputs. But let me see. Godot. Yeah, you're right. The tick rate can be slower than the frame rate, causing missed inputs, especially short presses. Oh, apparently this is fixed in 4, a version of 4. And fix this update to the Godot or to use input. So we could use input. For non-physics related actions. Or use input is action press for continuous input in physics process, which is what I'm using. You wouldn't be able to tell though because we're doing it inside this process input step inside of our input packet buffer here, which is up here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's right here. Set input. Okay, so yeah, set input. And then this, yeah, right here. And then we're using get. Miss Cricket's trying to get a hold of you. Oh, snap. Dinner's ready. All right, boys, let's go ahead and raid out. Thank you for hanging out. Much love to everybody out there. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much today, Greg and Dustin. I really appreciate that. That was wild. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, so and we've got 23 of you here watching right now. So let me see who we should raid. Oh, I don't like to show it. I don't want to make people think I'm like not picking them for some reason, when they might not understand why I make the decisions I do. We've done Red Cabin a bunch lately. We could do Mr. D-Boy. I don't think we've rated Mr. D-Boy in a while. Thanks for popping in, Narum. I appreciate it. It's nice to see you in here as well. It's been a while. We should raid It's 2Bob. It's 2Bob's always in here, but he's playing a game, but we could still raid. Let's raid It's 2Bob. Just playing a game. All right. We'll send It's 2Bob some love. But it's generally checking an input on state and fixed update is a bad idea. Okay, well, we'll move it over to the input step then, which is how I used to do it, and I always said that's the best way to do it, and then I just stopped. So we'll collect them there, and then we'll have whatever the last ones were, and if you press a button and you release a button, we won't unset it. All right. Anyways, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.